Well, let's see if that helps. We are back. Good. Good. Excellent. Well, let's hope that the stutters are either solved or Twitch's fault. Look at the water. That's the last bit of land we'll see for a while. Bye-bye, land. I really do think Airplane Heaven did a good job with this. Just, you know, a few issues at the get-go. I kind of wish more people would fly it, though. It's, you know, I'm not going to... Not a lot of people like the retro stuff, though. It's like everybody's all about the 777, and I'm just like, we got this. This is fun. Oh, did you? What? Did you? Where? Oh, Houston. That was... Wow, that was a while ago, wasn't it? Hey, Murph. Good to see you, my friend. Planes do go bird. We're, Okay. I must have missed that. Either I missed it or something happened. Well, let's just see. Fair. Trying to get back into the Constellation, but I'm having weird issues with it, and I think it's something I'm doing wrong. I will say that, yeah. It also helps that Aeroplane Heaven is much simpler as far as systems simulation than Aeroplane Heaven is. But, you know, you got 4 engines, and that kind of makes things a little more complicated by default. But I really don't know what the improvement mod really does, but it seems to do okay. But for me right now, it's kind of it's how I'm prepping for getting ready for B-17s, which I really hope that the Microprose one comes out soon, because I am itching for that something bad. Hey, Muttley, good to see you. Yeah, it's good to be seen like this than just a name tag. Yeah. Seeing little known fact, the C-46 Commando and the DC-3 were not in competition with each other. The C-46 Commando was in competition with this. Hence, sort of the similar shape. So the CW-20 from the Curtiss-Wright CW-20 is trying to be the same thing as this, a pressurized long-haul transport. But instead of having 4 engines, it went with 2. They just went with 2 more powerful engines. So it's not that dissimilar than a lot of things today with jets, where you get like 4, you can have 4 lower power engines, or in the case of like the MD-11, which, the more engines, the more costly the maintenance. So you have fewer, more powerful engines like the C-46, and that's the route they went, as opposed to Boeing, who went with this, which used a lot of parts from the B-17. Yeah, Murph's an allowed spy. I mean, an Irish spy is just someone out to get people, beer and have a good old time. So I know it invades the Irish. They're too much fun. So earlier today on Alley Stream, I flew the Ford Tri-Motor. We're getting another Tri-Motor. Brazenhead with the 18-month subscription. Good to see you, my dude. Welcome to the North Atlantic. There's a little bit of land here, and that's the last land we're going to see for about 6 hours. That's exactly it, Airlock. Food and alcohol recipes. Although Murph might be searching for bootleg kitchens. Allie and I are kind of in the same neighborhood. The eyes are up here, not down here. Oh, goodness. See, the best thing is, I give my bestest friends the hardest of times. And I don't do that with people I'm just, acquaintances with. You slag your closest mates because they know that it's all for fun. You can't do that with just acquaintances because they don't get it. Irish. There's nothing wrong with stew. It's simple. It's a good simple food. I use stew meat for my breakfast, and I don't even make it stew. I have rice, I have eggs, and then stew meat that I've marinated. I don't remember the last time I had a proper beef stew. If I can get Murph over to Michigan, I will make sure that he gets a good American stew and hope that it changes his mind. A nice bowl of chili also sounds fantastic. I regret not having my dad's chili recipe, but I know that he loved using Carol Shelby's chili powder. I couldn't tell you why, but he loved using Carol Shelby's chili powder. Doing things on the thing. Stu is probably gonna... Murph, you get over to Michigan and I will change your mind. I guarantee it. I promise you. I am not a robot. Kind of say, oh, absolutely. See, and that's what I want to do when I can finally make it over to. Once I make it over there, I want to. There's a lot of people that want to go to London. I want to go to the just normal, not touristy Europe. What the heck? Sorry, I'm multitasking here. There you are. So because obviously, I'm gonna go to Europe to meet friends mostly, because I love all of you. There's a pterodactyl in front of me. But yeah, Murph. Tell you what, Murph. You eat stew when you come to Michigan, and I'll get Crocs. How about that? Live dangerously. But they can't be any Crocs. They have to have safety toe. Yeah, I just missed it, Brazenhead. Just barely missed it. So now we're keeping a watchful eye for U-boats. And this would be prime territory for PBY Catalinas. I don't remember who mentioned it. I think it was Zithy mentioned it on Alley's stream about some sort of weather boats. I need to add that mod because they also acted like waypoints for aircraft traveling across the Atlantic. I need to install that because that would actually be really nice to add to this. And then we were kind of talking about Microsoft World Simulator, which is many believe, and I kind of agree with it, a stepping stone to Microsoft World Simulator, because with the way they're at least advertising it, yet to be seen directly, if they're doing the ground level to the degree that they are, you're going to get cars, you're going to get trucks, you're going to have farming. Someone's going to come up with the idea, of how to do it. I did see that, Allie. I did see that. I was focused on a couple other things between streams, and yeah, I have to get that. Murph versus Murph. Oh, Murph posted his stream schedule, if I can speak English. Let's see, Monday, continuing the Tour de France. Tuesday, Euro Truck Simulator 2. Wednesday, the news. And Friday the 19th, Royal International Air Tattoo. Fly-in. Interesting. Souvenir Crocs. Yes. Murph, if you can get Two-Tone Murphy souvenir Crocs in real life, I will get a pair, and I will wear them proudly. Thank you, dear. I'm gonna open that link and get it into my browser so I don't forget to do it. It actually looks really freaking cool. And for doing North Atlantic type stuff, it makes a lot of sense. So if you're into retro stuff and whatnot, this is going to be a good little addition. Pardon me. I don't think I think the only flying boat that I have that isn't like the Freeware Catalina or a Goose or a Widgeon is the 314. I haven't touched that. I haven't touched it in a while. And I think the main reason is most seaports don't have parking spaces, and that drives me absolutely insane. I'd like to get more into the 314. I don't know if it's got, I don't even know where I got it to get updates for it. But yeah, the lack of parking spots at seaports is just insanity. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Because I've been following the Stutter saga for a while, as any simmer would. Oh, excuse me. Good night. Oh, I guess I didn't mention what he was flying. Yeah, the thing about it, the 631. And that's on my maybe list. Just not even people don't even fly the 314 that much. Not that I've seen, but again, seaports don't have parking spaces, and it's just like, why? You have a great night, Airlock. Thanks for hanging around as long as you could. Always a pleasure to see you. Yeah, it seems like SimConnect's getting more and more to be the right way to do things. I couldn't tell you why. I'm not a programmer. I don't know anything about that stuff. But on the upside, so far the weather is looking fantastic moving across the Atlantic. Let's see, layers. Well, I stand corrected. Because I always talk too freaking often. There is a string of weather on the second half of this journey. Although it looks like it's mostly pushing north, we're going to have to fly through a good chunk of it. The question is, what altitudes are it? Although, I don't know what this is. temperature. It's because other clouds are intersect over. Gotcha. Let's see. Windy. Oh yeah. You got there's a big circle of low pressure between Britain and Denmark right over the Netherlands. It's like it's coming down from Scandinavia. Not that you can see my hand, so I'm looking like an idiot. It's coming down over Scotland and kind of splitting across the island. Some of it's going up towards Iceland. The other half's going into the North. Is that the North Sea? That little area. But the upside is it looks like for the most part, we're going to have a tailwind. So that could actually do us a lot of good in a lot of ways. Death Crow, good to see you. It's not actually the C-46. It is the C-75, which is based off the Boeing 307. Although I do occasionally fly the C-46. Satellites. Oh yeah, Dempsey. Thick clouds. Well, we'll see what happens. And the camouflage kind of does that. The C-46 and this were competitors back in the late 30s, early 40s. Yep, so of the 10 that were built, 1 went to Howard Hughes, 1 got kept by Boeing, 3 went to Pan Am, 5 went to TWA. The Army bought the 5 from TWA and turned them into C-75s. Yeah, what didn't Howard Hughes have? The Army bought the 5 from TWA, repainted them, designated them the C-75. Pan Am were contracted by the Army Air Forces to fly in, I believe, the Pacific, and they were just called Clippers. And they were still operated by Pan Am. The C-75s were operated by TWA crews, but they were under the jurisdiction of the Army. Yep. Yep, so this was in a long sort of way, it used a lot of B-17 parts, but eventually they modified it to the point where it was really the predecessor to the B-29, which is the basis of the Boeing 377 Stratocruiser, which turned into the Strato tanker. I think it was the KC-97. So one of the very first air-to-air refuelers. And I believe A2A made a Strato cruiser, the 377. as part of their captain of the ship line. Oh, absolutely. Because when this first released, I was just like, well, that's kind of weird. Nobody knows about that. The more I dug into it, the more interesting it got. Because early in the war, so theoretically, this is March of 42. We're flying Eisenhower to London to get ready for Operation Torch and some Washington bigwigs to negotiate the Lend-Lease deal. Same thing, Death Crow, same thing. So the C-75, there were routes from Washington, D.C. to London, and then there were some routes that would go down south into South America, across the Atlantic down there into Africa, and up to Cairo. In fact, Jimmy Doolittle, after the raid, flew basically from what modern-day Pakistan all the way back to D.C. in a C-75. After making his way through China and Burma and all that. And he made it in time, just in time to find out, or for the Doolittle raid to go public. So yeah, at first, this didn't interest me, other than, hey, it kind of looks like a B-17, so it could be interesting to fly, to, oh, there's actually some little-known history attached to this airplane. Because I'm not necessarily an airliner person, quotes were there, but with its military attachment, made it interesting for me. Correct. So Yankees did liveries for all 5 C-75s. There was the Cherokee, the Navajo, the Comanche, the Apache, and the Zuni. I think those are the 5 of them. That'll get you to the Cherokee. But this, a C-75 like this, I don't remember. I don't know which one it was specifically, but flew in March of 42. Eisenhower and Washington guys from Washington, D.C. They stopped in New York at an airport that doesn't really exist anymore. Then to Gander, where we just left, to Iceland, to Prestwick, Scotland, and then to London. Nice. Once I get this flight under my belt, I'm probably going to switch to a Clipper, if there is one. And do some, either that or switch to the C-46 and do some, maybe, I'm thinking about a flight from Honolulu, the Pearl Harbor area, or somewhere in Hawaii, all the way to Midway. Which, again, it's a lot of water, but so is this. But it's interesting, the little bits of history that are attached to this thing. No. The 307, the 3 operated by Pan Am were referred to as Clippers. Let me pull it up. And Stratoliner. Okay, so Pan Am operated the Clipper Rainbow, the Clipper Comet, and the Clipper Flying Cloud that were all 307s. I haven't messed with the autogyro specifically. I just use the regular autopilot and it seems to work okay. I think so, yeah. I send that to you. Oh, excuse me. I know the Navy liked using Clipper as well. Ooh. Sorry, I'm missing chat. I'm looking for something. Why? Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly. Well, I found the one owned by Howard Hughes. There it is. It's one of them, sort of. Okay, so it's one of the Pan Am ones. So this one's the Clipper Flying Cloud. Which is probably the one I'll use if I use this to go to from Hawaii to Midway. Otherwise, I'll use the C-46. I've been getting myself back into the DC-6 and trying to fly it without the AFE. That's actually gone okay. I did one flight and survived. Just got done with making a C-46 non-fictional military. Nice. Fun story about the 307 owned by Howard Hughes. After changing hands several times, it got turned into a boat. And then finally it is currently in the ownership of Kermit Weeks, who is doing some sort of restoration work to it, but I don't know if he's restoring it as a boat or going to go for gusto and restore it to an airplane. Which, good luck. Yeah. That one. Yeah, no, it's actually really crazy to look at. It's just what they call it. Crap. I have to work it back up. What they end up calling it? Hughes. Cosmic Muffin. So the the 307 that was owned by Howard Hughes turned into a boat and was renamed the Cosmic Muffin. I kid you not. And it's currently owned by Kermit Weeks. It's actually hilarious. It's why the Cosmic Muffin? Who knows? At its own bar. It just looks like a torpedo. Like a giant freaking torpedo. It's hilarious. It's genuinely hilarious. But yeah, this is getting me ready for having a B-17. I'm hoping the Microprose one comes out soon. It looked fairly polished. I bet that they were just kind of doing some minor finishing touches to it still. But from the trailer, it looks good. I mean, me being me, you put out a B-17 that's of decent quality, and I'm probably going to grab it at some point. I like having. I'm almost a completionist in the worst kind of way with this sim. They can, but I kind of wish that Microprose was doing an F, or at least, or that maybe Flying Iron could shift to doing an F instead of a G. Because I know Aeroplane Heaven has done a B-17 package, and they did the F and the G. But it's also Aeroplane Heaven, which are kind of like, they're getting better. Aeroplane Heaven, they're getting better. Yeah. And that's what I end up flying a lot of is, I've flown the snot out of the Wildcat. I think I'm finally hit 80 hours in it. But the rest of the Warbirds, I've been waiting for heavier, bombers or transports for World War II, so this is kind of what got me into it. I know that Flight Replicas have done they've done a B-24 and its derivatives, but one of them is the C-87 Liberator Express. I would love that too. Yeah, they're not known for their public relations. I've been fortunate where most of my interactions, at least through email, have been okay, if not slightly puzzling. But on their social media, they're yeah. I think I heard it first through Allie. Customer might forget what you did for them, but they'll never forget how they made you feel. Yeah, you and me both. I give these ones a shot because Microsoft has a lot more to do with them than Airplane Heaven does. But even then, it's kind of like, eh. And then I try to look at the quality more than anything, and they're getting better. It's just they're not people person. They're not people. They're definitely not people. Yeah, I haven't even tried to touch painting aircraft liveries. I used to paint race cars for older racing sims and just couldn't get into painting aircraft. Alright, let's check fuel. Let's see, outboards are good. Inboards are good. We're going to switch to outboards for a minute. Awesome. So I started last year, but haven't done one. Yeah, I need to get that. At some point, I need to pick up that J3 Cub. Everybody's saying a lot of good stuff about it, but I just haven't had the ability to pick it up yet. Somebody doesn't know that you can't post links. Probably a spam bot. I have the best viewers in the world. Do need to buy them. Much appreciated, Allison. I kind of figured he was. Some of these guys I like toying with, if given the opportunity. It's kind of fun. But a bot's not going to respond. With everything and floats are probably the best. Nice. Like I said, it's one of those I haven't picked up just because of life, but it's definitely on my radar. Man, the thought and the bot. I have the most wonderful viewers and subscribers and followers in all of the realm of Twitch. I do not need to buy them. Should be coming out soon. Nice. I have the flight replicas L4, and I find it to be satisfactory for my tastes. But I can definitely see that the guys put a lot of effort and passion into the J3. Rest well, Allie. Thank you so much for literally everything. You rest well, and we shall see you tomorrow, or at least on the realm of Discords, until Antics and Airliners on Wednesday? Breaking the problem here, some of the most nice. That's one of the things I love about the Wildcat. If you treat it poorly, she'll break. But she's such a rugged little airplane, it's hard to break the Wildcat. It's interesting to see what kind of features the new, or the fuselage storage that's being worked on will have. So that's looking like it's got a good foundation going for it. Ground speed's 201. Got just under 6 hours left. Yeah, Kermit Weeks has one, and he does a Kirby cam of it. It's a really neat plane. Germans had some really good ideas about just technology during that time. It's just kind of a shame about their boss and what they decided to do. Hey, Kozaki. How's your nap? Hope it was well. It's a joy to be streaming. We're once again flying the 307. We took off from Gander, and we're on our way to Iceland. Yeah. Well, what's really funny about the storage in and of itself is just the size of the landing gear struts and then the size of the tires. It's kind of hilarious, the ratio. It's like, we got this big a gear, but the wheels are this small. It's like an ostrich standing on a softball. Pardon me. That's funnier than I thought it was. Cloud cover is still not bad. We still can see the ocean, but that's going to diminish rather quickly. Fortunately, we should be getting a tailwind, which should increase our ground speed. Yeah. I definitely don't understand their PR department. That's what I hear. It's on my radar. Murph said some nice things about it, which is encouraging to me. But life has kind of impeded a lot of different things. So it's on my radar to pick up, kind of like the J3, but it's going to have to wait, unfortunately. Wait. Well, I can imagine why. It's just a nice blank canvas that gives all the lines and whatever. Oh, for sure. It's one of those. If we can get a Handley Page Hampton, why can't we get an A20 Havoc? I mean, I've got nothing against the Hampton, but come on. This is pretty much the same level you're using. I can imagine. Although I think out of the default liveries for the 46, I fly the blue one the most. What was I doing? I was going to look something up, but I don't remember what it was. Ooh. I guess this is actually technically my first cross the pond. Does it count as cross the pond if I make a stop in Iceland and don't do the second half of it until a week later? Does it have to be all done at once? That could be a goal, though. I was going to look something up, but I forgot what it was. Happens all the time. Well, that's some big news that I wasn't expecting. Let's see, Marauder. Martin. Oh, the B-26. It's like a twin-engine cigar. Planning on Navy's have delivered with the traditional cigar. Oh, the three-color Navy? That would be brilliant. I love the three-color camo from 43. No, you're good. No, the three-color Navy camo from 43 was probably my favorite of all the Navy looks in World War II. That just the dark, the lighter, and the white, just a fantastic look. Oh, absolutely. Agreed. Agreed. Um, I mean, look at the Catalinas. They were a bigger aircraft, but they pulled off that color scheme very well. And speaking to what Kozaki was looking for, check this bad boy out. If I can figure it out. So, officially, the U.S. Navy's designation for the Martin Marauder was the JM-1P. It's yeah, that's because they were They're direct competitors. They're going for the pressurized, cross the pond kind of operation. The main difference was just that Boeing went for the 4 smaller engines as opposed to Curtiss Wright doing the 2 more powerful engines. That's probably the only shot that I can find of the 3-color Navy camo on a B-26. Yeah. The three color friggin' paint job was the best look for the Navy. The solid blue doesn't look terrible, and the light blue has its charm, or the light blue and white has its charm, but there's just something about the 3-color. It's just right. Oh, absolutely. And me and my buddy JW were talking about this. We talk about it a lot. It's nice having all these fighters, but we're really struggling to get stuff like the medium and light bombers, the big bombers. Heck, the transports. We've got the C-47, we've got the C-46, but having a nice C-54 would be nice. The C-87 Liberator Express. Flight Replicas did one of those. Believe me, Death Crow, I have those similar problems often. It's like, my brain isn't dyslexic, but my fingers are. Still trying to figure out how they rig the torques on a Lambo. Well, it was probably specifically designed. I know that the Marauders, from what light reading I just did, were mostly for reconnaissance. But if you're talking about the Hampton still, they obviously found a way. Yes, I agree with that too. It's like a B-25 and A-26, those would be great for, the B-25's obviously for the dual rate. A-26s were used to bombard Normandy Beach prior to the invasion.
Interesting. I do have the Lex because it's, other than the flight replicas, British carriers, there are only World War II carriers available that are, other than, well, that are still technically available. Super Spud had a pack back in the day, and not everybody has them anymore. I know Miltech is working on World War II carriers for their Super Carrier Pro. And I see them doing a good job with them. You know, I think we lucked out with this cloud layer. We may not see the ocean, but we're above the nasty. Wings at the tower. Nice. I'd love to see Miltech do the USS Wolverine and the USS Sable. But yeah, it just seems like we're missing the twin engine World War II birds. You know, the Hampton's a step, but a B-25, BF-110, the Mosquito, shoot, just a plethora of different birds. I don't think the Japanese really had many in the way of twin engines outside of like the Betty and some of their other larger aircraft. Pardon me. Good night. I need to get a new chair. A better seat. What a day it's been. I don't remember too many large bombers for the Japanese fleet. I feel like they're... Yeah, the Vals and the Kates really kind of took up most of the show. Their Bettys, once we were getting into the Philippines, their Bettys, you know, were there. Obviously, just they can be based on land. But for a good chunk of it, the dive bombers and the torpedo bombers, the Vals and the Kates, took up the show. Which, even if we got those, I'd be happy, like good quality ones. But I understand that it's hard to get those just because there's not a lot of originals left, let alone with running engines or flying. So getting those to fly and look and operate correctly is a trick. That makes sense. And that's the hardest thing about the Pacific, is just finding surviving examples.
Well, that was a little bit of clouds, and now we're back to clear skies. Yeah, I mean, the Mediterranean War was fought differently than Western Europe, which is fought differently than Eastern Europe, which is fought differently than all of the Pacific. It was just, that's why the Marines, they were the heavy lifters in the Pacific, the Marines and the Navy with, help from the Army. Whereas in Europe and Western Europe and the Med, it was just a different ballgame. And it was brutal on the Eastern Front between the Germans and the Russians. That was more gloves off kind of warfare over there. It was not the same war. I am going to take a slight bio break. I'm going to pop out to the outside real quick. A nice view of the clouds. I will return shortly, and I need to step into the back for a little bit. Had to make sure I was hitting the right buttons. Oh. Let's see. Oh, I have it saved. Hopefully this isn't too loud for everybody, but we're going to give this a listen for a little while. Kind of add to the fact that this is a long lake. Session release to show the smart about flying home. Nice. I'll have to look that up. Can everybody hear it just fine? Cool. Thank you. That might be the trade-off. That's a great question. I'm in the middle of the North Atlantic on the North Europe server. To say I'm about 1,065 nautical miles away from Keflavik. So that's review report. When on takeoff, I can get to about 24, maybe 25, but I dial it back to 22 for cruise. Hard temp, still a little low, but okay. Don't know.
That's not possible, Kozak. We haven't been in the air long enough. Yeah, I parked it for a while until I started the stream back up, just because now I have a reason for it. Does that show? Does not show. Okay. Okay. So that's a little nav map up in the upper right-hand corner. That's roughly where I'm at. So I haven't even gotten close to Greenland. I think I've just passed the continental shelf. Uh-oh, I'm getting raided. Splasher 6 with the raid. How you doing, my friend? We're on the long haul, continuing to take Ike to London. We're up over the ocean, just past the continental shelf, heading from Gander, Canada to Reykjavik in Iceland. And we're listening to a little Abbott Costello. How's your flight? Hope you had fun. Nice. Glad to see that's going well for you. We're we're still looking at about 5 more hours on my flight. We're in the middle of the ocean. We are on the North Europe server if anybody wants to fly along. I don't have a nearest airport because there really isn't one. Part of the in-flight entertainment is what's playing on the radio, because you can't go wrong with Abbott Costello. I think they call this the Labrador Sea. Gander. Yeah. Exactly. What's on second? I don't know. It's on third. It's funny, if you can really see it, all these little name tags, those are your AI flights. And they're all doing the normal cross the pond routes, where I'm going, let's go this way.
So yeah, we've reached the less exciting part of the flight because it's going to be a minute before we see land. So this is where I've got to be entertaining, and I don't know how. Death Crow and I have been, Dan Kozaki have all been talking about, this versus the C-46 and, paint jobs. It's been great conversation so far. But we're past one batch of cloudage. A lot of cloudage left to go. I'm gonna hide the camera for a little while. Roger that, Splasher. I'll let him know. Go enjoy your food, and we'll catch you in a while. Nice. It's definitely not the normal who's on first gag. I will say that your volumes are quite low across the board, but as long as I crank my tuner, I can hear you. But that's why Abbott and Costello are here. They're the entertaining ones. I'm just here to fly the plane. That I'm reading on some news that is current events and that I don't want to talk about on stream, but it's very interesting to follow. Wrong one. There we are. We have 4 hours and 57 minutes left, approximately. If the tailwinds increase, that will reduce it. So about 5 more hours ish. Hope someday can buy you one, dude. Oh, absolutely. I look forward to that as well, Kozaki. Once things can settle down for me, there's a lot of things I'm going to be doing. But life has just been life. And it's like the old Beatles song, I get by with a little help from my friend. And that's why I'm still here. Yeah, I can. Everyone's just in the back chilling. Let's see if we can kind of sneak a view in there. Do that, and then I want to do. Well, see if we can sneak into the interior and check it out. So, disclaimer, this doesn't represent the interior of a C-75 so much as a 307. So, I don't know what that is. Little closet in the back. Well, that's a door with one stop or one wrong step, and you're going for a trip. This is actually some pretty nice seating for a airliner from the late 30s. Before they decided to pack them in like sardines, everybody's got some room, even the aisle seats. That's pretty crazy. And then you got the radio operator. The emergency hatch. Engineer. The heck is down there? You know, even up close, she stands up fairly well. Not super perfect, but there's a little oopsie here and there. She's a chonker. Yeah. On the scale of chonk, this is a oh lord, she's coming. At least for the time. Oh lord, she coming. Oh, I love this. It's so good. The sad part about Abbott Costello is the fact that at some point, Abbott had a very traumatic event happen. I think his son died, and the relationship between him and between the two of them just it ended up deteriorating. And even after, or while they're still doing shows together, it's really kind of sad. But because they're such a great comic duo. Yeah, it's so sad. It's so sad, but yeah, yeah, it's kind of like some of the best comics, the best funny people we have deal with such unfortunate things, and they leave us too soon. Go back to some music. Love me some Abbott Costello. I work with people that have never heard that sketch before, and it makes me sad because it's like it can't even make me feel old because it's way before my time. But it's such good classic clean comedy. You get guys like Red Skelton and just so many very excellent comics, and they don't have to be vulgar or anything. It's just they're just funny. I'm not against, not let me phrase that carefully. I don't necessarily have a problem with vulgar humor, but there's a level of which it's just excessive and just too much for me. Like Robin Williams was a comic genius, obviously. Who knows what evil lurks in the hearts of men? The shadow knows. I'll admit that I only knew the Shadow from the Alec Baldwin movie, which we're not going to talk too much about Alec Baldwin right now. Let's see. I was going to look something up, but I don't remember which it was. Actually, I might want to look that up. That's kind of important. What's my fuel level at? On the outboards? Oh, about 2/3. Okay. Just make sure. It's going to get really interesting. Yep. Just as much as a white Bronco. If the glove don't fit. Not to mention some of the other current events that are going on that I don't want to bring on stream. I'm gonna have a lot to catch up on when the stream's over. Holy cow. Ugh. One of these days, I need to do a stream with like one of the rivet joints or the KC-46 or something.
Yeah. Yeah. And we have really no one to blame but ourselves for letting it get to this point. And the music got real quiet. Starting to clouds. Let's look at windy again. Windy. Windy.com. Ooh. Well, I was kind of hoping that we were going to get some tailwind, but it doesn't seem like we're going to get a lot in the way of tailwind. Going to be looking like a lot more. Well, kind of wish there was a. There we are. Okay, I changed the altitude on the windy. The closer we get to Iceland, the more tailwind we're going to get. Upwards 20 knots, maybe a little more. Gets real windy at 10,000 feet, real close to Iceland. Upwards is twice as high, or twice as fast. Friend got picked up. That's a shame. That's a shame. I am on North Europe, aren't I? Yep, I'm on North Europe. There ain't nobody up here. Ain't nobody in range. My gosh. Name tags are on. Oh, wait. Somebody. Holy cow. There's a name tag in the sky, everybody. It's an A310. I'm sad about that, Kozak. Yeah, I'm very genuinely sad about that. That's. I got really excited about seeing a name tag. You look around everywhere else, there's nothing. And this guy's already, it looks like he's already on his top of descent. Or, well, maybe he's not. Maybe he's just floating around 37,000. Let's get the fuel cycle green. according to my research, this flight didn't have a stop at Greenland. It wasn't until later into the beginning of summer, after they had done these flights for a while, that they added a couple of places in Greenland to stop. Because the flight this is recreating is really the first transatlantic flight done after the start of the war. So the route went from DC to New York to Gander to Reykjavik to Prestwick to London. So there was no stop in Greenland for this. And we are on auto lean, so we have that going for us. A little over 4.5 hours to go. Now thinking about it, how does how would a U-boat attack an airplane at almost 10,000 feet? I mean, other than having a Flak 88 on it, and even then they'd have to surface, risk being seen by trolls, especially in the middle of the frickin' day. It would really be. I actually kind of poked Microprose on Twitter, X, whatever it's called, trying to fish for more details on their B-17 and their heritage collection. Just because they really didn't say much other than, hey, here's a sneak peek at our B-17. And I've watched it a few times to catch whatever glimpses I can of the inside, and it's looking decent. But man, it would be nice to have a little bit more details. It's like, what kind of time frame? They say they're doing it for 2020 and 24, but is there a reason, are they going to release it for 2020 and then 24, or are they waiting for 24 to just release it or release it for both? I don't know, but I want answers. Heck, I would love to be involved in the development of it. That Chattanooga choo-choo. You're not wrong, but I think even for the sake of camera angles, I'm sure there's some details that they're going to add, just, or if nothing else, what can be seen on the inside from the outside.
You get people like me and Murph that like to get in the drone camera and just look at everything. But who knows? I know there was some talk at one point with Airplane Heaven and the Lancaster that's not had anything said about it in a long time. It seemed like they were trying to make it so you could man the different stations. I don't know how they're going to make it work. They also could, you know, be a mistaken assumption. Like, you could set up a camera in the tail gunners, the waist gunners, ball turret, nose, etc. I still would like to see, because we all know that A2A does their thing with the AccuSim stuff. I would honestly like, depending on maybe how microprocess is when released, but it'd be interesting to see A2A go to microprocess and say, hey, you've got a great B-17 here. We've done such and such with the B-17 back in the old days, and we'd like to use yours as a base to do our AccuSim for the B-17. And that gives the users a choice between, you can either have however microprose wants to label theirs, as far as being how deep of a simulation it is. And then people can have the choice of getting the AccuSim add-on for it and get best of everything. But we still need to see more about the microprose B-17. I'm interested with them announcing a collection. I'm interested to see what gets announced next. I think a B-17 is a safe option to pick just because everybody knows it, and it's one of the most popular World War II bombers there are. So, and as soon as it comes out, and as soon as I manage to procure it, I'm going to be flying the living daylights out of that thing. I'll find a way to do some training missions in the States, and then I will fly it across the ocean, and then I will do missions out of some bases in England. Those I would definitely fly up at 20,000 feet. And they showed off contrails for the engines, which that's pretty cool. Imagine a bunch of those using SimFX contrails. Hey, Raleigh Mall, how you doing, mate? Always good to see you, my friend. Flight is going swimmingly. We took off from Gander in Newfoundland, and we're on our way to Iceland, looking at all of the blue ocean and a few puffy clouds. Hope you're having a great day, my friend. Always a pleasure to see you. Kind of hoping for some tailwinds here as we get closer to Iceland. Let's check fuel. Okay, we're going to have to think about switching back to the mains here soon. I want to use my inboards as kind of an emergency fuel store. And it looks like they have, if they were perfectly at there, that'd be 228 gallons, so a little less than that. We'll call it 210 gallons on the inboards. So that should be plenty for an emergency amount of fuel. And then, but we'll go back to mains once we're finished with the outboards. Yeah. So basically, I don't know how much you've heard about the story of this flight. I started it last Saturday. We're flying Eisenhower from Washington, D.C. to London. So in March of 42, the U.S. Army Air Forces bought 5 Boeing 307s from TWA. Took all the pressurization out of it, removed a lot of the interior, made it a little bit more military, for lack of a better word. And they flew, so this flight in particular was March 1942. A bunch of Washington officials, including Dwight Eisenhower, are going to London to discuss Operation Torch, but to negotiate the Lend-Lease deal. Well, little known fact of history, they used these 307s, redesignated as C-75s, to get from Washington, D.C. to London early in the war, before they really had a big number of aircraft that were able to traverse the long distance. I am on live weather, but it's also 4.5 hours until we get there, so we'll find out. We are not on live time, though. Part of last week's problem was the time. The weather did not help. I'm going to hide the camera for a moment. And we can always change the weather if it's too bad. I'm about 300 nautical miles from the southernmost tip of Greenland.
Usual as no abnormal 34. Again, many thanks for the subs and the dono. Really does mean a lot. Hope you have a great evening and rest well. Not getting much more wind, but that's okay. I have 420 left.
What an interesting time we live in. Yep. Just the tip of Greenland is just inside 300 miles. Let's get a retard. Work. 150 at 16 knots. Few clouds at 600 feet. Scattered clouds at 1,200 feet. Broken at 3,500. So the ceiling's at 3,500 feet. Yeah, it should be okay. Well, Harry, not too much. You're totally cloaked, or I would have spawned on in no map, nothing. Really? I wonder. Okay, you're showing as a friend in Flow. I'm on North Europe. See if that works. I invited you a group, so I don't know if that's going to help anything. That's weird. Yep, North Europe. Okay. Oh, really, Flow? Interesting. Well, that works. Let me see if I see yours. Because now I don't see the 310. That or I'm just really in the middle of nowhere. If I could give a more precise location, I would. But I don't have a more precise. Like I said, I don't have that 310 anymore. I can server hop. Let's go to West Europe. I've got nobody. I'm going to have a lot to go through when the stream's over with. Anything, Kozaki? Any luck? Okay, I think we've reached the end of those fuel tanks. Yeah. There's nothing. Nothing. It's weird that you've seen tags, so there's that. Clouds off that way. So outboards are done. Finito. We're on the mains and we're leaving the inboards as the emergency fuel. When both these tanks reach halfway, that's 12 to 452 gallons. Nobody saw anything or heard anything. Everything's good. I'm checking above, below. Nothing. See, BG, BW, Bravo Golf, Bravo Whiskey is about 300 nautical miles from me at about a 157 heading. Not that that helps anything. Select cat? I don't even see select cat. I got no tags. got nothing. Roger. Two. There's a lot of blue. Man, there's not even any clouds to play. I see a cloud that looks like this. I see a cloud that looks like that. There's just nothing. How's the winds? Bum, 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 bum. Less than 4 hours. Considering it was 6.5, 2 hours, 2.5 hours have gone by. I think that's what. Let's see. So where's some math? I need a calculator. Make sure I have that up so it was in chat. Okay, so calculator. So from Charlie Yankee Quebec X-ray to the Keflavik NDB is 1,368 nautical miles. If I subtract 794, we've traveled 574-ish miles so far. So we're not quite halfway, but we're getting close. Let's see, what's backspace divided by 2. So once we hit 684, we should be about halfway to Iceland. I think that's doable. We're going to have a fair, just going by sky vector, we're going to have a fair swatch of clear, and then it's going to get pretty hairy, and then it's going to kind of lighten up over Iceland itself, or at least where we need to be. So we're chugging along. Chugging along. Boo-doo, 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 boo-doo.
Do, 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 do. Do, do, do. Oh, good thing I got music. Look at. Well, the tip of Greenland is about 200 nautical miles away. I see a United Airlines Flight 58 flying over the. Is that Nurse's flag? No, it's I'm like 56 degrees north, 44 degrees west ish. According to a little nav map. No, not the zoo, you dumb thing. Final my range really is 491 nautical miles to the carrier. Roger. If you're that far out from the carrier, you're like still 200 some odd nautical miles away from me, because I've got 771 to the Keflavik NDB. You're like 250 nautical miles away from me in some direction, give or take.
$8.75 to the NDB for me. Yeah, that's 110 difference. Start to get some cloudage. Fuel. Now we're at half. Not including the inboards, we're at half. My eyes hurt. Light beyond darkness, except the Admiral ain't gonna turn the ship lights on for me. See, I am not running live time because that was gonna be silly. Geez, we're gonna go back to North Europe. See what happens. So sim time for me is about 10:45 in the morning. Because live time is just past dark. Or just about twilight, the end of twilight. And as much as there's a lot of nothing out here, at night there would be even less nothing. It would just be black. Nothing. It's just void. So might as well at least be able to tell the difference between the sky and the ground. Pardon me. Maybe. Okay, so the very tip of Greenland is now slightly within 200 nautical miles, according to a little nav map. Bravo Golf Bravo Whiskey is about 380 nautical miles at a heading of 005 degrees.
I think it was 6,880 something that I. Why don't I just open the calculator? I want life easier. Let's see. 1368. Yeah, 684. Alright, I'm gonna go step to the head real quick. I'll be right back.
Clouds are getting more plentiful. One big one just looming. Hey! I see a Kozaki flyer! At 8,000 feet. Ish. Hey, JW. How goes? Nice. Roger that, JW. Explain. All I had to do is restart multiplayer and it worked. I guess that kind of makes sense since I had to I rebooted my modem without actually, closing the sim or anything. All right, 7-Eleven. 3.5 hours to go. Fuel. I don't want to say anything because you never know. I mean, if we got to cheat a little bit, we got to cheat a little bit. I'm not going to get too broken up about that. I could have added a little bit more fuel and gander. I could have tweaked some of the luggage numbers a little bit. I think we'll be okay, but I'm really going to count on that tailwind the closer we get to Iceland. I was avoiding talking about that. I've known about that for the last couple, or, well, the last little bit, but it's not something I talk about on the channel. Because that can go down pretty nasty roads pretty freaking quick. That's what I'll say about that. Yep. I hate the hash marks on these fuel gauges. They're stupid. From what I can tell, they haven't modeled the superchargers in this yet. It's kind of annoying. Indy ice, battery. I don't think the superchargers are working at all in this. Like, now, to be fair, I don't know if this actually had superchargers. The B-17 did. But I don't know if this did or not. It would make sense that this did, but I also don't see them physically modeled. But it's got a lot of dials and stuff referencing a supercharger, but okay, so 4 Wright GR 1820 Cyclones, air-cooled radial engines with 2-stage superchargers. So basically, they don't have the superchargers modeled at all. Hey, Charlie, how you doing, dude? Just kind of having excitement over the ocean. We're about halfway to Iceland from Canada. Of course, that makes sense. But I think they also have I don't know if they're auto, but they do have levers. This is a bunch of knobs for superchargers. They just don't do anything. Like, it has a cabin air supercharger, and it has controls here, but they just, even with the improvement mod, they don't do anything. Well, we've got Ike in the back, along with some other, Washington delegates looking to talk about Operation Torch and the Lend-Lease deal, but And Kozaki's flying trail, we finally were able to see him. Temps are good. Carb air temps, low but not catastrophic. It's in the green, in the mid gap. Oil pressure's good. Temps are good. Fuel's kind of but I think we'll be fine. Fuel flow seems to be fine. Fuel pressure's good. And we're just cruising, middle of nowhere. Getting ready to... There's some weather that we're going to have to fly through. If it's anything like the little batch we had a little while ago, I'd say a little while ago, probably an hour and a half ago, might be able to fly right over it. It's going to be close. But if I pull up wind speed, see if it's updated anything. No, don't know when. Sunny day. Should be getting into. Let's see, where am I at on the map? Right near the tip. Should be starting to get some of that tailwind. And it's going to be about 20 knots, so that's not too shabby at all. Let's check satellite. According to the satellite, the clouds there aren't very thick clouds. Kind of wispy. We should be okay. A little breezy. Maybe she's born with easy, breezy, beautiful control. For sure. Anyway. Yeah, we're past halfway, got a little over 3 hours left. I don't think these clouds are going to pose too much of a factor. Obviously, we'll tread carefully, but these clouds are not big league. We'll just fly right over them and everything will be great. Yeah, I reckon this is the longest single leg I'll have ever streamed. Ever. Maybe. I'll have to look at that flight to Alaska in the P-8 a couple years ago? Gosh, that was a while ago. Jeez. I think that was from... That might have been Whidbey Island. Up to Alaska. Don't recall. That was a while ago. Let's see. So this session we've been live for about 3.5 hours. The iffy section was probably about 40 minutes or so. So we're closing in on 4 hours streaming. That's not too bad. Well, gosh, I can look at the clock and actually, figure out that
just after 1700. So, yeah, coming up on 4 hours. I'm so smart, I'm dumb. Or I'm so dumb, I'm smart. One of the two, it works. Of course, anybody is welcome. We are on the northeast. Northeast. I can't words. North Europe server. Although we've had to play server dodgeball just to get everybody to show up. And we're just cruising over the Atlantic, keeping an eye out for the wrong, or the one U-boat that decides to do the wrong thing and show itself during the day. I think had I had the Atlantic weather ships installed, I would have had at least one, maybe two extra waypoints that I could have played with. It would have made the trip longer, though. Depending on where they're specifically located. But judging by the map that the add-on provides on the flightsim.to page, there's one that's kind of on the way, and that's the Alpha, although they spelled Alpha weird. Spell it with an F instead of a PH. That's kind of on the way, but it does bring the flight path closer to Greenland. But definitely interested in that mod. Nav maps. We are now about 250 miles from Bravo Golf, Bravo Whiskey, and it's at a heading of 350 to me. So we're trucking right along, middle of nowhere. Coast of Denmark Straits. Windy. Clouds. Ooh. I can't see. I just killed my frames. Flight Sim just said, wait a minute. Whoa. Too much. Hope everyone's having a good weekend so far. It's about half over for most of us. It's been a good time flying the Trimotor alley over Saudi Arabia. Golden Fog and I came to shoot the hood. What are we hunting the Bismarck? You need a Catalina for that. Or 2, 3. I mark my word, I feel like depending on how well 2024 is, we can get pilotable and landable, like ships that are both pilotable and landable ships, like carriers or destroyers. Was it the Arleigh Burke that has the big pad on the back? I don't know my boats. We have aircraft carriers, and we have boats that aren't aircraft carriers, but they're bigger than small boats. It is Arleigh Burke. Like, I am an absolute moron when it comes to what boats, what. I could look at something and be like, it's a frigate or it's a destroyer, and be completely wrong. It's like, no, that's a tugboat. I could probably tell the difference between, a destroyer and a battleship, because a battleship's a battleship. But beyond that, I'm stupid. Both Charlie and Cahusic say the Arleigh Burke class does. I want to say the Littoral class does too. We even use those. Didn't they get taken out of service? Or was that something else? Oh, so the hood. Oh, we're talking about the same USS Hood. Boats! The American class LCS. Okay, so the LCS is Littoral class ship, right? Which, if I remember correctly, that's close to land. The green water, not the blue one. Littoral combat. I was close. It's a step over. I'm learning. I can learn sometimes. And my brain's not clogged with stress and, depression. All I know is I want more World War II carriers. Because we need them. Supposed to get the Gauss rifle as a deck bud. Yeah. Okay, so the Freedom class and the America class and the Freedom class, are they both just similar and like they're the weird kind of want to be a pyramid shape kind of? What am I thinking of? They're like the stealth ship. Zoom all. That's what it was. So I don't remember if it was the Miltech or the IFE carriers. I want to say it was the Miltech ones had those. One of those following it around. The stuff is a zoom all. Okay. Ooh, hypersonic. I love it when Habitual Line Crosser talks about hypersonic missiles. He gets all riled up about it. It's funny. Check fuel. 115 to be conservative. times 2 is 230 gallons. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, the Buff is forever. The Buff is going to be the first warplane that gets impulse engines and a warp drive. Just saying. It's going to be around that long. I just want it to have its tail gunner back. See, that's why I want SWS to release their whichever model B-52 that was around for the Gulf War, because I want to fly that one, and I want to fly Operation Senior Surprise. That is a long stream. That'd be a full weekend deal. There's like 17 hours or something like that. Maybe that was even one way, I don't remember, but they're the ones that open between the Buffs and the F-117s started Operation Desert Storm. H. Gas would be more epic, range 100 nautical miles. Oh yeah, the problem with kinetic energy weapons like that is just energy. You know, the amount of electricity and power you need to make it happen and then recharge. That's the big limitation on it right now. I always stare at here like that's where the chat is. Chat's here, but the camera's up here. Photon torpedoes, full spread. Fire at will. Why are we firing at will? Oh, the technology is impressive, and it's definitely developing. It's probably further ahead than any of the public knows. It's just the biggest challenge is the energy behind to recharge or reload. So you can throw piles of depleted uranium and just, clean up shop. You're changing topography without, explosives. That's what we're talking about. Gauss rifle, railgun. .21 gigawatts. Well, we're under the 3-hour mark. We're under the 3-hour mark. Fuel is looking... Yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I think we'll be on the inboard tanks. But I think, provided everything kind of stays the same, I think we're going to be just fine on fuel. Yeah, our ground speed's already 212 according to the GPS. So we're already starting to feel that tailwind. Try to get a really good view here. Yeah, I got it. If you didn't know this wasn't a B-17, you'd almost think you were looking out at a B-17, right? I mean, say what you want about Airplane Heaven, they've come a long way, and even for a while, their models for the most part have looked very nice. You can get up closer. Excuse me. You can get up closer to an Airplane Heaven model before it falls apart than you can with Vertavia. Even though the Hampton is a step up from where Vertavia had been,
Airplane Heaven have still kind of been that next level up, and then you're getting into the flying iron stuff and the Got Friends. I'd even put Flight Replicas a step above Aeroplane Heaven. So I just think the texture work's cleaner. The model work is a bit cleaner on the Flight Replicas. Their biggest weak point has always been sounds. But one of the things that gets me about how Aeroplane Heaven does it is like you have this nice clean texture of the nacelle, but once you get to the cowling, it's just like it's super beat up, and it's just like it's not consistent, and that kind of bugs me, you know. I don't know, but the sounds right now, from what I'm hearing, taking into consideration that everything's basically a B-17 except for the fuselage. And given my ride on a B-17 several years ago, it sounds about right, even for being loud. Because they took off all the pressurization equipment, all the sound insulation equipment, a bunch of the fancy stuff in the back, added an extra fuel tank, added an extra oil tank, and, you know, all the stuff that they didn't need for the military. I see a Kapusik and I see a Kozaki. Multiplayer's been a challenge today. First, during Allie's stream, I ended up disappearing off her scopes, as it were. Had her server hop to get back to where she could see me, even though I could see everybody else. And then today, my modem was being a doo-doo head and wanted to kill my bitrate. So I had to stop the stream, reboot that, start the stream back up. Then Kozaki couldn't find me for forever. I turned off multiplayer, turned it back on, and then finally we saw each other. My gosh. Charlie Kozaki was having the same problem. I don't know how to describe it. I am on the North Europe server. I'm going to try to describe it as best as I can. I am southeast of the tip of Greenland by about 280 nautical miles. Wait, I take that back. About 150 nautical miles southeast of the very tip of Greenland. So if you look at the... Where am I pointing? That way. The right side of the screen has a little map, and I'm moving it right now. Kind of should give you a rough idea. I don't know why it's having issues. Kozaki, do you have your tanks? So if you don't have your tanks, it's definitely going to be close. Getting up high and leaning it out should help, because it'll also get you into the wind. The higher that you go, I think the higher the winds go. No, you dingus. Oh yeah, you're showing it. That's weird. I don't know if that'll help. So you're on my friends list. Same thing happens with Kapustik. Sometimes, like, I'll have him on my friends list and then it'll disappear. I'll be on his friends list and sometimes I'll disappear off it. It's really weird. They've got some glitches when it comes to multiplayer and friends lists and stuff. It's real friggin' goofy. No drop tank spotted in the area, so good 2 tanks. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, you're gonna make sure that you get some altitude. Because that's gonna get you into a better tailwind. Get you to where you're running a little leaner. And you'll have more glide distance. Xbox says you're offline. There's the Mustang. Got some of the blue-nosed bastards of Bardney. I really just... Of the things that I want a squadron pack of P-51s for the blue-nosed bastards of Bardney. That way, I could just have a matching set of like 8. And they can just, have different letters and serial numbers on them. And just, you can have a legit squadron of them fly at once. There he is. Here he goes. There he is, sneaking into picture. That's cool. I don't care who you are. That's freaking cool. Welcome back, Death Crow. I said a VMF 221 would be super nice too. Yeah. Cool. Okay. Camera. Boop. Airplane Heaven, you still need to fix the doggone flap state. I'm going to complain about it until I'm blue in the face. Got that clip. Roger that, Kapustik. There's Charlie and of course Sarah. Shit. It's 580 miles to go. Check fuel. 226 gallons. Yeah, I think we're good. If we aren't okay, it's still going to be close.
Roger. Appreciate it. And the Corsair is just, it's a really well done plane. And I'm really I'm honestly genuinely interested and curious to see what exactly they're doing to give it a remaster. Because they were pretty vague about it. Although I'm kind of troubled with all the issues that the T6 Texan 2 is having. It seems like there are people that aren't having issues, but I'm having very concerning issues. They just released an update today and I have not tried it yet. But I'm not exactly full of optimism. Because they barely even recognized that it was an issue. The main issue that I was having, other than it flying, I don't know, something seemed off about it, but I've never flown one, so I can't say that it's not right or not. It just felt weird. But the issue I'm having is with the brake axes. Because I've recalibrated, I've tried with bad calibration. With bad calibration, she'll roll normal, but I'll only have the right differential brake. If I have proper calibration, it's like all or nothing. Like, I have to get to like 3/4 power and she'll just crawl. So it's just like when it's reading my pedals at normal calibrations, no fancy curves in Microsoft in the sim, everything's calibrated properly through the MFG software, it'll act like I have full brakes on all the time. Yeah, and now there's some people have, or at least some people have had the issue where they have to have a lot of power for it to move, but they haven't really analyzed what is causing it. For me, that seems to be what's causing it. Is there's a conflict with the calibration of the pedals, which means they could add the calibration in their little tablet because they do it for the throttle anyways, so that if they did it for the brake pedal, that would probably fix the problem. What's your flight tomorrow, Kozaki? Ooh, nice. So everybody be sure to give Kozaki a follow so you can watch his stream. Should be an interesting one with it doing a patrol in the Sulu Sea. Half hours to go. That puts us right around midnight tonight. Finish time. I wonder who's going to be awake then. That ought to be interesting.
I think we'll be okay fuel-wise. I really think we're going to be okay fuel-wise, if for no other reason that we still got over 200 gallons on the main on the mains. And we've got, well over 200 left in the inboards. I think we'll be okay. I don't know. I haven't seen the plane exactly. Hey, Viper's still here. Or back. It's been a long stream. Next week should be about as long. I did a flight as a test from, I think I ended up going from Keflavik to Lossiemouth, and it was about 4 hours. Considering I'm gotta have to adjust that to Reykjavik to Prestwick, and then Prestwick to London, probably 6 hours or so. No worries, you got plenty of time. Got all the time you need. I'm going to adjust that because that's driving me crazy. I'm getting yelled at in my phone. It's really late, so it's good. Today for October, it would be better. Might find the northern force of Operation Shogo. And one of the nice things about doing this particular kind of route, this is kind of like, it was replicating the first one for Ike, and the first one using this aircraft in this capacity. But it opens up kind of a route to be like, hey, I can do it this way, because eventually they added a couple of different places to stop in Greenland, just to make the flight a little better. But, so if nothing else, it gives people an idea that, hey, this wasn't just an airliner that was barely used in,
the 30s, this actually did a lot of long hauls during the war, and then during the early part of the war, and then was given back to Pan Am and TWA, and still then used to a degree for commercial airline until better aircraft came along. So it's just like, it gives the people a little more appreciation for what this is, because like I said, when it was released, it was kind of like, that's kind of weird, nobody ever heard of it, and it looked funny, and didn't know anything about it, and it got more interesting the more I looked into it. Can I get y'all's opinion on something? Looking at a scenery pack mainly due to the World War II fields. I have an opinion and I can share it. Just tell me more. Clipper. That got Marble Mountain, Marble Mountain. Vietnam. Gotta get a couple others for Vietnam. JW's been doing those. Which, by the way, shout out to Jay Winokur for doing some Vietnam era streams with the Huey. I'm over in the sim window looking for the freaking Twitch chat. Solomon Islands has 4 fields. Some of it looks a little jank, but they look pretty accurate to World War II pics of the fields. They have troops and ships out in the ladder, but the base fields and some don't look bad. Nice question. I've got a few of those, and they're not awful. In some degrees, it's nice to have them, especially if they're not there in the default sim. But like I said, I've got a few of them, but I couldn't tell you exactly which ones. The downside is I don't spend a lot of time on the Pacific to really... Nobody makes really good ones. My in-game tag is COLFORK. So it's just like the Twitch dress, just no numbers. Just want to be a little more immersive. Yeah. I would, as long as it's free, go for it. They're not, for just running cargo, they shouldn't be too bad. Glad to have you aboard, Charlie. Yeah, those clouds aren't looking as bad as they seemed at first. Sky Vector made them seem like they're really bad, but between what I'm seeing now and windy, they're not bad. Might have a low ceiling. What's the current weather at Burke? 160 at 12 knots. Rain scattered at 1,000, broken at 2,000. So ceiling's 2,000 feet. That's not terrible. I mean, it's not VFR, or, it ain't great, but that should be fine. Roger. Done. Well, thank you. I was glad to have more people flying along. I will say I'm very glad that people are enjoying seeing this and just seeing it in a different perspective, because that was my goal. It's just like I didn't really fly this much or give this much consideration. I got it, like, took it out a couple of times and been like, eh. And then the more I read about it, learned about it, the more I'm like, oh, that's pretty interesting. And being able to share that with people makes it even better. And the fact that people are actually enjoying it, that tickles me to death. I like learning things, and that's that is the wonderful thing about aviation. Just aviation in general is there's so much to learn. You can go down so many rabbit holes of history in aviation that it's not even funny, because there's just so much there. Yeah, and that's the same thing that happened to me. It's just I had to do a little digging and found out, oh, there's more to this than I thought. Because it really does look like a C-46 and a B-17 had a baby. Dead game. There is an improvement mod, Dead game. It's still kind of a work in progress, and it does some things. I'm not sure how super in depth the differences are. No. History. Let's see, very first. Red Grave Redux. So. Oh, absolutely. No, I would love to have the same thing, Dead Game. I really would. I mean, the mod it's better than nothing, but I would certainly agree that it could still stand. A Duckworks for this and the C-46 would be and the C-47 would be phenomenal. But the AP works. I can use a GPS in it for these long flights so I don't actually get lost, because I'm not doing celestial navigation. And there aren't enough radio navs out here to try to do it. But it flies, and I actually kind of like it. And I love learning the history about how this wasn't just some weird stepping stone technology. Let's see. Probably about 100 gallons left. A little over 2 hours.
Ran the outboards dry. Gonna run those dry. It's gonna be close. If I need to add a little bit, I'll add a little bit. In real life, the real thing made it, so I mean, but it also had an additional tank to this, so. Is what it is. But I hope everybody's enjoying the flight. The cloudage is getting more interesting, but it looks like we'll be able to fly over most of it. Seems like the hard part's going to be descending into Iceland. There's somewhere out there is Greenland. Whoopsie doodle. There's Kapustik in the Corsair. Charlie's back there in a Corsair, and Kozaki in a Wildcat. Multiplayer has been a challenge today. That is a fact. Oh shit. Woohoo! That was close. Oh crap, I went in the menu. I gotta change my levers. Oh, third. No, my manifold's at about 31, RPMs at 22, 23. They're within tolerances. Indicated airspeed's 188. Ground speed's 219 with a nice tailwind. I saw a shadow of a Kapustik. There's a Kapustik. I think we're okay. There's a Kapustik wing. Hey, there we go. Crow was talking about that tricolor navy. Best looking navy, I think it's the best looking paint job that could be on a warbird. It's that 3-color blue. You love to see it. I'm running on Spotify. It's a playlist titled Wartime Radio Essentials. A little while ago, we actually listened to a little Abbott and Costello. Zero. Oh, there's a stutter. Sorry. It's slight adjustment to the altitude. Check fuel. Yeah, we're getting there. Oh, please don't tell me that that froze. That's going to be problematic. That's not very nice. No. Still working. Okay, that's still working. This is 481, 2 hours 13. Okay. That had me worried a bit. Last flight, towards the end, the GPS kind of flaked out and stopped working correctly, and I'm just like, oh no, that's the problem. Thought that was happening again. So I do everything within my power to stick with what's in the airplane. But if I've got to break out, I had to break out the 750 last stream because the 530 and the 430 just went meh. I think it's starting to try to preload Iceland. What is... Why is he doing that? Zoom that close. Oh yeah. Yeah, that little map in the corner should give a fairly decent picture of where we're at and where we're going. I've got a eagle eye on fuel. I may go ahead and switch while I know that I have fuel. Everybody cross your fingers and hope that I don't lose an engine. Hey, welcome back, Brazen. Oh yeah, we still got 2 hours left. We're still in the middle of the ocean. We got clouds now, though. Some actual, more clouds than we had. Nice. Snacks are always welcome. I'm gonna have something to eat when I get done here, which should be right around midnight or so. I don't know what to F5. Aha! Nice. Right. I didn't know if that was something you were doing or if you were trying to say I needed to do it. It's like, I don't know what to do. Alright. So we've switched fuel tank. Good. Got a Corsair off of our left wing. Got other friends. I can probably be. I don't know if I have any specific plans tomorrow. Just shoot me a message. Unless you already did and I missed it. Ooh. Oh, alright. Give me the word. Bird is a word. Or mom. Oh, appreciate it, dude. Yeah, just give me a heads up when you're on the way. I would aim closer for 10:30. My water is almost empty. Correction, my water is empty. That is our good friend Kapustik, who is an absolute champ when it comes to formation flying. We had Charlie, but he's having some technical difficulties. Curtis is our new friend. And then Kozaki's out in the Wildcat. I'm right here in the big one. This plane's in the same shape as me, round. This is a Corsair because of the bent wing. The gold wing. Here comes but another one. I mean, technically, the Hellcat doesn't really have bent wings so much. The closest comparison would be the Stuka. And it wasn't a Navy fighter, it was a dive bomber for the German. The Hellcat sort of has bent wings, but they're much more subtle than this. Yeah. It's like when people say, "Oh, why you have a six-pack when you can't have a keg?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, the kegs gets really heavy to walk around with day to day. I'll take the six-pack, please." Let me read the ears. Okay, it's all good. Look, the only reason why I remember most of these is just because I grew up in the air zoo, and I just study the crap out of it because it was fascinating. Well, the Airzu just finished an FM2 Wildcat and sent it off to its new home. I want to say it's going to be in the New England area, some museum. They're working on a Dauntless right now. I'm sure they'll find another project to work on. Kind of hope they pull something else out of the lake to restore. Goodness knows how many freaking planes are down at the bottom of Lake Michigan. And there's a pair of Corsairs. It's on my list of places I want to go. It's just, let's just say, economically out of the question at the moment. That's why I haven't been able to go to Expo the last 2 years. That's why I haven't been able to go to Oshkosh in 12 years. So I like the idea of alternating going to Oshkosh and going to FS Expo. I like that idea so much better just because Expo is great, but it's such a small thing. It's like the drop of the hat that Oshkosh is. Imagine if they did Expo at Oshkosh. It makes sense. It's been a minute. I think it's been since 2016 that I've been to the Air Force Museum, which was with my dad. That would be my one regret. It would be not able to see the Naval Air Museum with my dad. He'd enjoy that. Let's check the side real quick. Just under 2 hours. We've probably got a pretty good tail, about a 20-knot tailwind, which is really nice. Basically have fumes in the mains, which we could use in emergency. Nice.
really want to tell everybody I really do appreciate them sticking around. This is a long flight with not a lot of scenery, and I am not exactly the most exciting of people on a broadcast. Now, you come with me to an air museum, I could probably talk your ear off, but middle of the ocean at 9,500 feet, I try. Rocket Fizz? The heck is Rocket Fizz? Sounds like something out of Fallout. Or sounds like a code name for a side effect. I see us down by the place after approach to the. It can't hurt to have a look. I've never heard of it before. Sounds like a small business that is worth checking out. Go to the moon. Let's just say there's some things going around the internet, and it's like part of that plan is to put Coke back in Coca-Cola, and I'm just like, okay. Right on. Oh, stutter. Sorry. Yeah, the clouds are looking decent. I mean, I'm actually really happy about that. I was getting worried. Tell you what, kind of got spoiled. I spoiled myself getting ballpark beef, all beef franks. It really tastes good. They're just better than average hot dogs. I still haven't tried Kogel's, but it's money. Not the thing, you know. I mean, ballparks aren't exactly cheap anymore either. Good night. Speaking of bologna, I have started calling bologna just hot dog pancakes, because if you think of it, a slice of bologna is just like a laid out hot dog. So it's a hot dog pancake. There's the other Corsair. I mean, yeah, fresh brats is, you can't compare a fresh brat to a hot dog. I mean, I'd rather have bratwurst any day of the week. But I don't have that kind of fundage. Thanks, economy. Yeah, one from 43, one from Korea. If I could pray for one thing for this flight, is don't give me a nail biter like it was last week. So last week's landing was really interesting. That was no viz until the bloody ground. imagine being in the house just in the middle of the night, getting ready to go to bed. 4-engine radial, plane with 4 radial engines just buzzes the house. Oh, absolutely. I mean, burgers and brats. Dogs are just, what I can afford. Still use stew meat for breakfast at least, but it beats nothing. Why is everybody moving? Everybody... ah! It was gonna look so neat having the 3 of us in a line and then people move. I don't think I've ever had Pabst Blue Ribbon. I've never been much of a beer person. I've always kind of gravitated more towards the liquor. I can't hear that and not think of stew. No. I thought that's kind of weird too, Caboostic. I thought it was gonna look great. I don't know. Roger, Kozaki. Hour 48, 400 nautical miles. We still getting the tailwinds? Oh yeah, we're getting the tailwind, alright. has some. I mean, I'm not going to stop you. I've never been the biggest fan. And here's the irony about me: I love hot dogs. I'll eat crappy hot dogs cold out of the package. I don't like bologna. Roger. BD. I can't say that I've had fried bologna. Team. Oh. So it seems like some people are really excited about the IL-2 Korea sim thing. I can't say as I'm all that excited. They're using a tired freaking engine. And it's like, as much as I'm yay Korea, I'm just like, boo IL-2. Like, I'm not a. One of the big things that has kept me out of DCS is just the key binding sim. Just having to do everything for every aircraft is just like, why? Let me set up some universal controls like axes that don't change. Except for maybe the quantity of axes. Where'd everybody go? My multiplayer went. I mean, I don't think I'll give them credit. I just don't think they've shown off. If it is a new engine, they haven't done a very good job showing it off. They've taken some pretty lackluster photos. But I think I got the F-86 in DCS, but I don't really like the key mapping system in DCS, which has kept me out of it. But IL-2s is even worse, and that's what really kept me out of that. So it's just like, I'm not looking forward to dealing with that. Well, that's it. And, if it is a new engine, they need to learn how to take better screenshots. Kozaki, I don't think it's changed a whole lot since the last time you've touched it. Shoot, I found the case for IL-2 1946. I think I've got most of the discs for it. Did I hit a bad button, or did I disappear for everybody else, or did everybody just disappear for me?
So now I'm wondering if I broke something or if it broke for everybody. I'm still alive, apparently, so far. Gotcha. Does anybody still see me, or did... I don't know, I thought Battle of Brian was funnier. I'm going to try turning it off and turning it back on again. Off. Six. Should reappear shortly. Well, we'll see what happens. Multiplayer has been playing... started off playing hard to get. Then it was working for a while. Now it's playing like, haha. No fun for you. Well, Grundle's about the frickin' multiplayer. Doesn't want to play nice, does it? Jerks. That's a little more tolerable. Well, I suppose it's just in time for things to get interesting. We're in the last hour and 40 minutes of the flight. The fact that I've made it this far and with the plane is a miracle in and of itself. Mongo, good to see you. We're about 353 nautical miles from Keflavik, in the middle of the North Atlantic. And multiplayer is being stupid. Make sure I actually turned it back on. Yeah, it's on. Okay. Let me server hop. Hey, got somebody. There's the Kapustik. Well, all I'm missing is the Kozaki. Praise the Lord. And they're gone again. And frickin-tastic. It worked for 2 frickin' seconds. Oopsie. Ooh, multiplayer. It's worth a shot. Sorry, Kapusik. I'm just trying to figure out why I can't see anybody.
It's like it was working for a long time, and then just went to crap for some reason. So sorry. You know, might as well stick with it for now and just see what happens. Yeah, I don't touch Southeast Asia unless I have to. People, I will never understand the logic. Oh, it seems to be more reliable. Yeah, but with the higher ping, I have higher issues. Yeah, I don't do Southeast Asia unless I absolutely have to. I just don't understand how people think that it's fine. And that's what really concerns me about 2024 is they want to make they want to put more stuff on the servers. And it's just like they can't get the servers that they have now to work properly. What makes them think it's a good idea to put everything else on a server? Oh, but they're faster than a hard drive. Who cares if it doesn't work? You know, if it doesn't work at all, what's the frickin' point? Yeah, neither do I, Kapustic. It's annoying. Yeah, see now, Stall Sim Pilot sees me. I don't see him. Yeah, not on my screen. It's incredibly frustrating. We are actually on the East USA server. Just really friggin' annoyed with the multiplayer. It was fine for so long, and then it just decided, nope. I'll never trust. It'll automatically go to East USA. I don't think I've had an automatic since ever. See, that's exactly why I'm skeptical of 2024 in a lot of ways, and they won't answer the questions. It's just like, why are these multiplayer issues? They shouldn't be issues. Nope, I don't. To my knowledge, they haven't released any kind of specs. The only thing that could be really theorized about specs is it's going to have to work on the current gen Xbox, so it can't be that drastic over what the specs are for 2020. If anything, with them doing more and more server based, theoretically the hardware requirements should be lower, but they won't confirm anything yet. It's like, I really try to be positive about 2024 and this, that, and the other thing, that's going on, but it's just like, they're not making it easy. Yes and no. The only good thing that came out of that, which was Sim Update 5, was the fact that AMD stuff started working a whole lot better. Which, at the time, I was on AMD GPU. No, I don't blame you, Mongo. Realistically, right now, the only reason why I would personally be trying it out right near launch is because it's going to be on Game Pass, which I have Game Pass Ultimate, so I can at least try it without spending money on it and kind of go from there. Otherwise, I would be waiting as well. Like, a lot of people are hung up on price, and I'm just like, to me, I'm not worried about price. It's in the gaming sphere. It can't. The likelihood of it being more than $60 to $70, I think, is remote. I don't believe they're going to do a tiered system like Premium, Deluxe, whatever. I don't see them doing that again. Unless they won't start... I don't want to put ideas in the head, so I'm hesitant to even say this. But going to some sort of subscription model to, get to access extra content, I hate that. I hate it. If they do something like that, I'm sticking to 2020 and that's it. I loved iRacing, but the subscription model kills it for me because it's just like, I don't use it that often, but I'm not going to spend an arm and a leg for a month at a time. And even the only good deals you get on iRacing are when you spend, you get a reactivation code around Black Friday. Hey, there's people around Black Friday, and then it's just like, well, great, I paid for 2 years and I use it, and everybody's got it. And I use it like a couple times a year. So it's just like, if they try to install or institute some sort of subscription model into Flight Sim to get, X, Y, or Z, I'm sticking with 2020 because that's BS. I don't care what they say about a business model and this and that. It's like, no. Let me buy the software once and it's mine. I don't buy into this games as a service BS. I hate that. Hate it. Now, don't get me wrong, iRacing is the best at what it does. But it's the ultimate kind of greed model. Outside of frickin' loot boxes and microtransactions. don't get me started on those. Yeah. It's just like, I have a subscription to the power grid because I pay an electric bill every month. I have a subscription to my internet service. I have a subscription to my mortgage company so I can keep a roof over my head. You know, I want to buy a piece of software for a set price and be done with it. And then if I want to spend extra money on that piece of software for, different this, that, or the other things, then that's different. Like, I'm willing to pay for extra aircraft if they're good and that sort of thing. I am not paying for the space simulator itself and have to pay money for, That's why I don't do iRacing. Nice. Probably a good idea to add the tanks. I am 300 nautical miles out with an hour 22 estimated to Keflavik. I was wrong about fuel. I don't know if I'm going to make it. Well, and see, those are things that enhance my experience that I'm willing to pay for. I pay for Navigraph, and I'm very happy with it. It is a very valuable thing to me. That's the thing it's almost difficult to have a buy once and that's it sort of model. A simulator is something I can buy once and then they keep updating. That turns games into a service. I don't believe in that. Yep. I mean, Murph's used ForeFlight with Flight Sim before. I've used Navigraph. But I'm not going to pay for a subscription to a flight simulator and things for it. That's why I'm kind of, as much as I like the idea of say Intentions, I think it's the better quality option as far as features. Not to say anything bad about Beyond ATC, but the fact that it's a subscription model turns me off. It's not that I don't understand why they're doing it that way, it's just, it's not something I like. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I want them to say I'm just not as worried about the price unless they go to a subscription model. Then I'm out. But as long as but then again, if it's on Game Pass, it shouldn't be subscription based. So that's why I guess that's just more reason not to be worried about the price of the sim itself. Yeah, I was the same way. Garmin Aviation uses Android or iPad, but it doesn't have connectivity to the sim. And honestly, for Navigraph, if I were doing more real life flying, I would be investing in something
like Garmin Pilot or ForeFly. I'm not at that stage yet, so it doesn't make sense for me personally to invest in that software. So Navigraph does everything that I need in my current situation. I'd love to get my private pilot's license, but life keeps getting in the way. Life's been getting in the way of that goal for 20 years. Excuse me. It's still money. I'm having a rough time keeping a roof over my head and a car to drive and having enough work to keep me working there. Work has been my biggest enemy right now because they keep shutting our line down and not paying us. Well, let's look at the METAR. Not that it necessarily translates to the sim, but it gets an idea. Broken at 1,200 feet. Yeah, the ceiling's low. Light rain, light drizzle, mist. Besides, I probably almost weigh more than an ultralight does without a motor. I'd rather spend the money, get a private pilot license, get my instrument rating, and get a 152 or a 172. Do a lot more with it. If money were no object, I'd get a commercial license, get a Cessna 206, get a land in the middle of nowhere, and just, live independently. But that is a dream that will not likely ever come true. Not at all. Fly what you want. I don't mind. Like, if I could do a kit plane, I'd get something like an RVA and do what one guy did and put a radial in it, custom cowling. Because I think that would be neat. Another kit plane I wouldn't mind would be one of those scale Mustangs, as long as they made like a B model with a Malcolm hood. There's a strong possibility that I do. I have a lot of F-15 liveries installed, like a lot. So there's a good chance. This is kind of a surreal, kind of layered cloud system. Like, I got clouds above me and I got clouds below me, but there's, still have a good tailwind going. The upside is this is the longest single leg of the whole combined trip. So from DC to London, this is the longest leg. So we got storms coming in real life. That's fun. Roger. Don't see anybody, but It's getting gray outside. We'll be fine. At least it's not nighttime. That was the big kicker last time. Doggone. You know, nighttime on top of bad weather is never a good combination. See, now I gotta bring it up because now it's dark. Roger. "25 minutes out of Burke." Yeah, I'm still an hour 7 from Keflavik. I invited people to a group. Well, now I got people back. I don't have a Kozaki. It's just weird that it would do that because my group settings aren't to be like group only. See, it's issues like that that bother me. It's just like it seems like something that shouldn't be a thing, but somehow it is. Whatever. I'm not a programmer. That's freaking dumb. Again, that is an issue that shouldn't be a thing. That should not be a thing. That's dumb. Thank you. Like, I try not to, you know, speculate about things that I have no knowledge of how it works. But it's just like it seems like what thought went in their head and said, "Oh, this would be a great idea to have it do it." Well, you're showing up as an F-15. That's a good start. And I have a livery. Starting to see ice down on the ocean. You can't even hear the radios anymore. I've got rain. Power 3. Let's make sure we're good. Yeah, I can't wait until Blackbird, whatever they call it, puts out their F-15C. Iris did an F-15D or an F-15E. I'd like to see what they could do with it. I want to fly the F-15 again. I need to. I don't know. I've kind of been spoiled by things with depth. The DC F-15s, they're fun. It's just they're lacking some polish. The sounds are good. I have a feeling that Raisinhead is having something of a crisis right now because he loves the F-15, which I do too. I think this has some rudimentary de-icing on it. Wildcat sure doesn't. Okay, we're going to be able to hear him. I need to check on my instruments. It's 1 hour to go. 217 nautical miles. Winds have died down. So far, we're not getting any icing. Which is good. There we are. How's that, Brazen? To think an F-15 is about the size of a 1930s airliner. Can go higher, faster, carry more. Nice. There. Oh. And there's the lighting bug. It's like a scene out of what was that? Final Destination? No, not Final Countdown. I was gonna say Final Destination. I was like, that's something else. See now, here's a thing that I will compare with X-Plane. From what I've seen on Murph streams, this rain looks much better than the X-Plane rain effect. To me, this looks like rain. Whatever they're doing on X-Plane looks like gel. Might drop altitude. Spoostic, we're gonna drop altitude just as so you have a heads up. Just nice and gentle, like. Not yet. I think the EX is starting to be. I think it's on production now, isn't it? I know that they recently did an air show of like the Q something or other. Oh. I want to buy one. Brazen, do you think we can go halvesies on a 15EX? Yeah, you take care of the down payment. I'll take care of the rest. All right. I mean, there is that.
heck, if we're going that route, I wouldn't mind a T-37 for that matter. Easy to fly, 2 people. It's still a jet. Can get the low and slow. And deafen your neighbors. Speaking of the T-37, you don't hear much out of the guy that developed it for flight sim. Kind of would like to see that guy do a Panther or a Cougar or both. Well, yeah, Thud, a Super Saber. As it is, though, we have quite a selection of Vietnam-era aircraft. Got the Huey, the Chinook, Bird Dog, the 337, which is the O2. We've got an early model Hurt. Got an F4. A couple F4s. You have an A4, it's not that good. Goodness me, sorry. We got the Caribou. Oh. Whew. We have a lot, realistically. Cool. $50 minutes. Not that I'm counting. Nothing like getting an F-15 escorted into Iceland. Okay. Well, that's what the 15's for, to take care of the flankers. I still need to sit down and start reading Red Storm Rising. I finally got the book a while back. I just have not started to read it yet. He's a thick boy. Yeah. Like, I don't know if you've seen it, Brazen. I'll have to find some of the videos. But there's this YouTuber that'll take portions of Red Storm Rising, like the flying parts, and use DCS to recreate them. It's actually really cool. The Buns video? I don't think so. Let's see. I have to thank Charlie 6 for putting me onto these. I'm going to post it on your server, Brazen Head.
Roger that. Dun, 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 dun. How are we looking? 500 more feet to go. 45 minutes. And with the clouds, there's not much to see outside of that F-15 outside. Yeah, I mean, Tom Clancy was a bloody genius with this, and just an excellent writer. And someone's actually merged these masterpieces and, you know, given a tool of visualization. Well, at this altitude, we can see the water. That's a good sign. We're a bit... Ooh. Only 50 more feet to drop, but... If we were closer, I'd drop to 5,500, but we're still, you know, 162 miles out. I think Frisbees in Dreamland, or Frisbees of Dreamland, is one of my favorite videos just because the book was guessing what the F-117 was, and he wasn't that far off. It was enough to spook the feds. They're like, he was pretty darn close. It's like he was that smart to just figure out that he just had to fill in some artistic details. And it was a single seat instead of a two-seater. It was more angular instead of round, and it was subsonic only. It's like the dude was a brilliant, would have made a brilliant detective, but also had a phenomenal way of describing things. It is a skill that I significantly lack. Okay, we're at cruise out, 7,500 feet. We're still making good speed. Still have about a almost probably about a 15 knot tailwind, maybe a little higher. If I knew it would work, I would try. Let's see if I'll try something and let's see. Pause. See if this works. Hey, even being in chats, we know you're here. That's all that matters. I'm hoping you can hear it. If you can't, let me know. And watching this is just making me want to fly the F-117 now. Which there's a reasonably
decent rendition of in Flight Sim right now. And like the real thing, it uses a lot of stuff from the Hornet. Just no, unfortunately, no depth, but that's most mil jets. Well, if they do, I'll know. I'll be able to test it. Roger that. To a certain degree, I would guess, but that's that's some dated technology. Anything currently being used, of course, is going to be top secret, but anything from the 80s or 90s is probably seen its time. I mean, the visual of the cockpit, of course not. That's been out for years, but yeah. So they developed this in what, the late 70s. Nobody knew it. And then it was active for 10 years and nobody knew about it until what? One got shot down. That's true, but limited. Oh, ooh, that popped the neck. $35. Yeah. I mean, and also taking into account that flight MSFS is a civilian flight sim, and Asobo doesn't want to have hardly anything to do with war. Yeah. The F-111 we have is actually pretty good, but it's a lot of airplane. As is the MiG-21. $16 AMRAAMs. Yeah. People are able to make at least reasonable approximations. Hey, I see Kozaki's name tag now. Nice. Hello. Yeah. You said like a paragraph and a couple of paragraphs out of a couple different magazines. Box bat, 25.
Now that is a great video. Small disappear that. Do that. And close that. So yeah. Oh, there's lots more, and they're all great, but we don't have enough time to watch them all and still land. We're going to start descending. Let's see. On less than 100 miles. Let's get down to 5,500 to start off with. Real nice and gentle. Yeah. There's actually a whole playlist, so that way I can just do one. I did not do fuel. See, the hard part is just the fact that I had an extra tank. Rest. That good. Guys, yes. Here. Place it here. There. One link has all the videos. I have not. Oh, I guess it's a teaser for chapter 33. I haven't watched the teaser. But there's a chapter 38 and 39, Stuff on the Rocks. That's a new one. Watch that later. So it's nice and thin here. It looks like the bottoms are, at least currently, not that low to the ground, which is good. How long is Vampire? I'm also kind of playing with... I haven't confirmed whether this works with my audio splitting or not. Vampire. Dance of the Vampires. That's a half hour long. We don't have that many. Don't have that much time between now and landing. Otherwise, I would. The whole list is fantastic because it's the audiobook and it's using DCS. It's really good. Yep. I saw the guy's name, but I can't remember who narrated it. Saved my life because I have the memory of Swiss cheese. This is crazy. Look at what the wind's doing to the direct track. We're... Gotcha. Yeah, I posted it there, posted it on my Discord,
posted it on Brazen's Discord, Squad Discord. Yeah. See, as much as I liked the E, I'm more of a fan of the C. I don't know what it is. Like, the F-15 is one of those very few aircraft that looks aesthetically pleasing, whether it's a single-seater or a two-seater. That's hard to do. Like, you look at the F-104 Starfighter. It looks pretty slick as a single-seater. The two-seater version looks like a banana. And it's just like, the A4 Skyhawk looks pretty slick as a single-seater. Looks really weird as a two-seater. They even made a two-seater Cougar, a TF9J. That looks weird. It's like, and then you got the F4 Phantom too. Well, whether it's a single-seater or a two-seater, they never made a single-seater, but it would look the same because both cockpits are so built into the fuselage. The 18, the F-18, whether the Legacy Hornet or the Super Hornet, actually it does look, okay as a two-seater. I think the single-seater looks slightly better, but the two-seater is not that bad. A two-seater F-22 would look weird. A two-seater F-16 looks weird. Hey, Infidel Fireman, how you doing, dude? We're just finishing, getting to the end of a flight. We're 17 minutes, or 18 minutes from Keflavik, and then a couple more minutes to Reykjavik. After 1,300 and some odd nautical miles from Gander, Canada. Spirit Airlines can shoot. Imagine if Spirit Airlines operated a B-2 Spirit. It'd be like, it's a Spirit. Spirit. Big yellow boomerang. Pardon me. Good night. It's been a long. So, not counting the stream that had a really crappy bit rate. This session alone has been almost 6 hours. If you include that, it's been about closer to 7, which I think ties my longest stream, because I want to say my longest stream ever was like 7.5 hours, flying the DC-6 from Texas to Tegucigalpa. But that's not a Tomcat, that's an F-15. And that's Kapustik. I'm in the big fat prop plane because it matches me. I'm big and I'm fat. Yep, that is good old Kapustik. Not the greatest view out of the window. we're at 6,500. We are... Ooh, we got the tailwind back. That's good. 15 minutes out of Keflavik. Under 60 nautical miles. We should see land hopefully soon between the clouds. Not saying they have to offload further. I mean, I've had to make some compromises just because A, this doesn't have the extra tank that they installed, and B, I had to play around with the weights a little bit anyway, and I just could have spent more time doing that a little more accurately. But again, it's still missing an entire tank that they had installed. Considering I've basically managed to fly this thing from over 1,300 nautical miles, is, for me, is a personal achievement. As one tired pilot. Just hoping to see land in between the clouds. We're getting so close. So we're going to overfly Keflavik. Or how far out? 50 miles out? I almost stayed 5,500. I think once we get within 20 miles, I'll lower to 3,500 feet. After this, I'm getting something to eat because I am hungry. I can see airspace indicator in the GPS. Woo! So, wow, winds are actually kicking up a little lower. I forgot to restart the music. I was wondering why is it so quiet in here? I can hear myself think. Aaron Stitters.
So close. You can almost smell the grass from here. See the white caps. You know, there's a lot of sea-based games out there. I still have not seen any water that's impressive as Sea of Thieves. As weird as it sounds, I think Sea of Thieves did waves very well. I didn't say trees, I said grass. They have grass. May not be the grass that you and I have, but it's still grass. Alright, we're getting into clouded again. 32 miles out. Alright, this could get interesting. This could get real interesting real fast. Why are you not? Oh, wrong button. I've been hitting the wrong button. That makes sense. Okay. Message. Oh, Marwood, don't worry about you. I feel like that's just loading in the terrain at this point. You know, the terrain that I can totally see. Tanks, clouds. Two miles. All right. I'm going to drop to pardon me while I play with the frickin' thing. Thank you. Send to 3,500 feet. On our side. We got our terrain radar up. Just about over land for the first time in 6 some odd hours. Now, why did they choose Reykjavik over Keflavik? I don't know. But I'm just going by the routes that I saw published. So, best I got for you. Let's say now. Oh. Meantar says spicy. Cowabunga it is. So we could drop 1,000. Okay, gonna drop. Change the altitude to 1,500. All right. So we're heading towards the Reykjavik NDB. Now, depending on the wind, it's going to be about a 90-degree turn to get from our direct path from the NDB. So we're flying straight to the NDB, and we're going to make a hard right. My other left. Well, that makes sense. And I know I've kept the speed up as much as I can. That's both for my benefit as far as time and make it a little easier on Kapoo to stick with me because I'm slow. 200, what? Maybe 230 ground speed for a F-15 is nothing. So, Cloud's re-entered the chat, and they'd like a word. Oh. Looking like we're going to want runway 19. Should be a relatively easy turn. Winds are 160. It doesn't always line up with sim, obviously. But yeah, 1913 should work either way. This is favoring 20, so I would say 19er. Personally, I would say 19er. Once we get to the NDB, I'll pull back on the throttle and really start slowing her down to make sure that we can have a nice landing. And that's 2,500 feet, not 25,000. This thing can't even go that high. Five miles. Three and a half miles. Slowing down. 3, 2, 1. Switching to auto rich. We're going to disengage autopilot. Okay. Oh, we'll do our best. Okay. Not going to do a perfect pattern, but just enough to... Hello. Throttle in. One notch flat. Gear. Oh. Box max. Sorry for getting real quiet, but landing kiter required my attention. This is not 1.9, I don't believe. Oh, it is. Oh, it's 1.6. It's 1.9. That wasn't nearly as bad as landing at Gander.
The weather wasn't that much better, but and Ike gets to continue on until at least the next leg. As we like to say, we like Ike. There, now we can steer. Visibility out of this thing is horrendous. Oh, I can't see you. What? We're gonna stop right here. I can't see that guy. Yeah, they don't really function though. Flaps up. Alright. Right there. Shore power. Go ahead. No. Thank you. And we're gonna go in reverse order. Oh, sort of reverse order, I guess. Should have done 1, then 2, then 4. Four. And this is just a disaster of freaking levers. Gee. Kill these. Alright. I thought I already did that. Thought I did. Whatever. Try that again later. Don't worry. We'll make sure Ike stays dry. Wow. So, what a freaking adventure that was. My gosh. Well, let's see who's on so they can at least, give somebody a raid, but I don't think there's anybody that I know that's on. Yeah, we were longer. We were on longer than most people. Well, if Murph was doing an early morning stream right now, I'd be rating him, but I haven't seen a word about that, so I'm not gonna get my hopes up. Well, he's on. Oh well. Thanks everybody for coming along. Whether you're here for the whole thing or just part of it, heck of a stream. Yeah, new subs, old subs, resubs, gift subs, follows, friends, flights, stuff happened. I'm thankful for all of it. Yeah, that's a long one for me. Uh, had a great time. Thank you everybody for coming along. It's really nice to be streaming again. With everything that I'm dealing with, the sensitive community. Just being in other people's streams is great, but doing my own, it's just a whole other level. And I want to thank everybody for coming along and just even being in the chat. It's a huge difference. We get to finish this little uh, mission. I guess we could call it a mission. Do the last third of it next week. Uh, I think it's going to be about the same length as this one, maybe a little shorter. Which, I mean, for Allison Johnson, it's nothing. For me, it's different. I might try to tweak the start time. I'm going to see what Allison's leg is like tomorrow. For next week, next Saturday, kind of base it off there. Wanted to start it a little earlier than I did tonight, but it is what it is. So, that being said, be good to each other, stay safe out there, and we'll see you next time.